Hi everyone, I hope you are well. Welcome to the next leg of the KuKi Sprint Train. Today I am reading, I need to remember to I am reading Lunar Destiny still. I'm about, let's see where I am. Uh-oh. I lost my place. I'm in chapter 10, which is about 24% through the book as a whole. So hoping that I get through a little bit more today. Let me know in the comments what you guys are doing, how you're going, what read are you on. This is still my first read. And I'm hoping to finish it today so that I can get it done. But yes, let's have a look what's happening in the comments. Any of the co-hosts want to jump on, the link is in the spreadsheet, so feel free to come along and hang out. I'll be here until 8 p.m. my time. So I think that's 6 hours today. So I'll be here for a while. Let's see. We have Elena. Hi, Elena. Welcome. How are you? What are you doing? What are you reading? Hey, there's Saloon and everyone. Hi, Glenda. How are you? Hope you're well. Hi, Christina. Hello, Kiana. Every time I hear your name, because it's so close to mine, I immediately look up and think somebody's talking to me. Because sometimes I often get called Kiana when I'm at my dentist. I've been going to for nearly 6 months. He calls me Kiana every time. Hi, Ria. Hope you're doing well. What are you reading? Yes, there's the KuKi Sprint Train playlist. Thank you, Christina. If you jump on that playlist and you have autoplay on, it'll just immediately take you through everybody. Hello, Nicole. Hope you're well. Hope you're getting all of that quilting and all the things that you need to sew and stuff done so you can have some nice reading time. Are you listening to an audiobook while you're doing it? Let me know. Choo choo, hopping on the sprint train. Hi, Patricia. Hope you're well. What are you reading? Kiana is saying hi to Glenda, Christina, and me. Patricia saying hi, everyone. Hi from Double N Jean. Hi, Jean. Hope you're well. Dusty Book Sniffers. Nicole. Hope your day is going well. It is actually. It's not as rainy as it has been. I can probably even turn this off because I have my window open. Yeah, it's a bit better. I have my window open to let in some fresh air when it's not raining. And I have the most beautiful trees outside my window. And being in the UK for 2 years, I got to see the seasons change. And here where I am in Australia, I don't really get to see that many changing season things. Like the leaves, very rarely where I am, turn orange. But right out the front of me, like the next door neighbor's house, they have these huge trees called liquid ambers, and they change with the seasons, and it just makes me feel like a little more connected to the seasons and everything. And as a pagan, we love that. We love being all witchy and matching the seasons. Hi, Nicole. Hi, Glenda, Kiana, Ria, Nicole, Patricia, and Jen with 2 N's. Hi, Atia. Hope you're well. Hey, continuing the First Family by Granger. I want to look this up. Because you read some really cool stuff. I've got a lot of really good ideas from you. And looking at all the kind of things you read. Oh my gosh, this is taking forever. What was it called? I clicked off it. Sure. The First Family by Granger. Well, it's like book 2. Ooh. A mysterious murder has been committed at a mythical, magical HBCU campus. Nobody knows who did it. School is covering up in order to protect the students until it happens again. Okay, that sounds really good. I am going to add those to my list. That's really cool. Are you enjoying it? How far in are you? Hello to everyone in the chat from Nicole. Hi, Tia from Christina. Click on the like button and make sure you click the phantom bell. I haven't heard it today. I have not heard the phantom bell today, but who knows, it's still only 2 o'clock, so I might hear it a bit later. It happens, it's not at a consistent time. It happens random times throughout the day. It's very strange. Hello, Jen. Heading to bed soon, but excited to hang out until I fall asleep. Well, hopefully you can get a little bit more reading done before you can sleep. I saw you were reading Onyx Storm. I have still yet to read, what's the second book? Iron Flame. So when I was in hospital last year, I listened to the graphic audio of Fourth Wing and I absolutely loved it. But I really want to read the physical copy. So over Christmas time, I worked really, really close to a bookstore and I managed to get my hands on a physical copy of, oh my gosh, Fourth Wing and Iron Flame. So I want to read those and then I'll probably listen to the graphic audio of Iron Flame and then I'll probably get Onyx Storm and then graphic audio because I want to see how they compare. I really, really loved the graphic audio for those books. As someone who's not a huge audiobook lover, because of the music and everything, it felt a bit like listening to a movie with like not seeing anything. But I could have done without the sex noises. They were a bit extreme. Hi, Jessica Kiwi. Hello, lovelies. I'm going to have a power nap and spin for my next read. Faithbreaker is not a book I can do in one sitting. Faithbreaker. Is that part of like the fallen gods, like the Sunbringer and like Godkiller? It is. I really want to read those books, but I went to buy them last time I was in Sydney and the bookstore I was at, it was a paperback and Godkiller isn't that big of a book. Like it's not very thick. It's like 300 pages and they wanted something like 60 Australian dollars for a paperback. And I was like, that is ridiculous. It is so bad. And then I had a look on Amazon and it was like $20 maybe. But then I just never got around to buying it. But I do want to read that book. But man, and that was a hardcover, was like $20. And the paperback in this bookstore was $60. This is ridiculous. So I'm a little bit salty about it, but I have heard good things about it. So let me know how you're feeling about it. I know, Nicole, you've read them as well. So let me know if you like them or not, because that is something that has been sitting on my TBR for a while. I'm still working on the Bookshop and the Barbarian. I feel like, is that the second one to Bookshop and the Barbarian? Like the Travis Baldry book, I cannot think of what it's called at this moment. Oh no, that's Bookshops and Bone Dust, the Legends and Lattes one. Bookshop, Barbarian. But I'm assuming it's maybe a little bit similar in like the like fantasy, but not super high stakes, just like cozy fantasy. That is on my to-read list as well. We're saying hi to Christina. Either I'm deaf or there is no sound. Oh my gosh. Can everyone hear me? Is there still sound? Is it okay? I hope you guys can hear me. I don't think I have anything else happening. There is the Readathon announcement and co-host TBR playlist. I popped mine up. I'm not sure if Dee Dee has done hers yet because I haven't had a chance to look this morning, but I know she still had to do hers. And I think, is it Kiana? You're doing yours on the 4th of May? Someone's doing it on the 4th of May. I'm reading Phantasma. It won't count for KuKi since it's a physical read, but hoping to get through it fast so I can start Enchantra on the Kindle. Nice. I've heard really good things about Phantasma and Enchantra. And I believe they're on my TBR as well. I just have not had a chance to make it down. I'm still making bags. Lovely. Hope you've got some really cool patterns. I love seeing the patterns of the material you work with to make your bags. Remember to hydrate, have a snack, check the laundry, take your meds, which is a very important one we learned yesterday. Stretch and show some love to the like button. Also, make sure you sub and ring that bell so you hopefully get notified. And that is, once again, the YouTube bell, not the phantom bell I hear outside my house. I'm trying to finish up this book, which is technically from last month, but I'll have read most of it of this month. So I'm going to count it as a bonus book. Nice. I love that. What book is that one? Oh, you already said. The really cool one about the school, and there's a mystery. I'm excited. I want to read that one too. Hey y'all, I'm at 54% of Rose House by Arcady Martine. Hope you're doing well, Chantel. Lovely. Keep pushing through. I wish I was at 54%. I'm still at 24, but we've got 6 hours, so I'm sure I can read quite a bit in that time. There's sound. Oh, okay. I'm good. There's sound. I have read both and love them. Hi, Jessica and Jen. Never mind. I had it on mute. I do that all the time. I'm like, what's going on? I swear I was going to say that to you. Yeah. Always check mute first. I always do a double take when they say your name. See? It's so funny. It's like a match. Imagine if we were both on screen at the same time. That would be wild. Friends, hi Coda. Hope you're well. Coda. Yeah, I'm listening to Order of Scorpions on chapter 23. Are you liking it? Because that book was absolutely stunning. And I do love a good dark romance, and there were some really nice trigger warnings. It's weird. The trigger warnings in books for me are things that make me go, oh yeah, I want to read that. Some messed up kind of brain I've got. I can't wait to get Enchantra. I've heard nothing but great things about it. Yeah, me too. Hi, Coda. Sup, Coda. I think I liked it better. Ooh, so you liked Enchantra better than Phantasma. I have heard that actually. A lot of people have said that Enchantra is better, which I love when book series just keep getting better, because I hate when they're a really good first book and then they continue with the series and they're just not as good. So I really like that you liked it better. Bestie! Hi, friends. Hi, Sadia. Hope you're well. Hello. My brain has crashed. Oh, no, Jean. Uncrash the brain. But I feel you. That was me last night at the end of my sprints. My brain was crashed. And I was like, oh, my God. I was reading the wrong words. Chantel is the next stop. Yes, which is 8 a.m. EST, which is 8 p.m. Australian Eastern Time. Are we really? We must be like 12 hours behind EST. Interesting. Or maybe I go till 9. No, I think I go till 8. I'm going to have to check. Pretty sure I go till 8. My time. Thank you, Tia. Hey, Elena, Glenda, Kiana, Ria, Christina, Patricia, Double N, Jen, Tia, Jen, Jessica, Sadia, Jean, my bestie, and Chantel. Coda. Hello, everyone. I picked up a copy of Emily Henry's new book today. I'm so excited to start it. Awesome. What is it called, Jojo? I have not read an Emily Henry, but I think my best friend has. She's more into the like contemporary romance kind of books, whereas I lean more into like the fantasy romance. And we both like a little bit of dark romance. But yeah, she's definitely more of a romance reader, and I'm definitely more of a fantasy reader. Yes, I'm enjoying it. It's hilarious and reads quickly. I'm 66% in, trying to finish it tonight. Nice. Well, I think 66% in, you should be able to get it done. I finished Daisy Jones and the Six this week. Really good and surprising. I haven't read Daisy Jones. But The Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo was my all-time favorite book until I read When the Moon Hatched, and that became my favorite book. But I really want to read more from Taylor. I haven't read anything other than The Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo, but I do own a copy of Daisy Jones and the Six. So this year I'm trying to focus on reading from my shelves and not buying anything. But because of the KU MAYhem, I'm reading mostly books that I have had saved on my Kindle, whether they're ARCs or just KU books or like Stuff Your Kindle days. I'm trying to get through those this month for the challenge. But the ARCs I'm saving for a specific weekend. I'm going to try and get through as many of them as I can. And did you like Daisy Jones and the Six? Because I've heard lots of people like it. So, and I'm a music person, so I'm hoping I will really like that one. I'm going to crochet for a bit and listen to Barbara Streisand biography. Oh my gosh. Jean, you'll have to send me the link on Instagram or something, because I didn't know that there was a Barbara Streisand biography. I'm a huge musical theatre person. I've kind of grown up acting and stuff like that. And in 2016, I was in a production of Hairspray, and I played Tracy in my at the big theatre in Newcastle, where I live. And so that was a really exciting experience. And I've done musical theatre for ages, so I would love to get my hands on a Barbara Streisand biography, because she is phenomenal. So please drop the link in my Instagram or on Discord, whatever works. But oh my gosh, obsessed. Come Again, what book had sex noise so I can avoid it? The Fourth Wing graphic audio. There was moaning, grunting. It was very interesting. And I was listening to this in a hospital bed with lots of other people around me. And it was coming through my headphones, so no one else heard it. But like my face was like, oh God. It was definitely interesting. Hey, Sarah, going to be reading Into the Sublime physically. Nice. Who's that by? Let's have a look. Into the Sublime. It is not coming up. Oh, is it the one by Kate A. Borman? It's like a horror. That cover is creepy. Let's see if I can share the screen with the cover on it. It is creepy. Look at that cover. That's crazy. Whoop. That cover is so creepy. I like it. I'm going to add it to my list, because I did realize that I actually quite love thriller and like horror stuff. And I'm not really that into like, they're not ones I pick up, but when I do read them, I really enjoy them. So I'm going to add that one to my list. Apparently it already is added to my list. So there you go. Amazing. Christina, is Lexi the next stop on the KuKi sprint train? Ooh, that's a good question. I can check. Let me check. Where is... Go to the place. What's today? The 2nd. Lexi is, yes. So Lexi starts at 8 p.m. my time. So is Lexi next? And then Kita. So yeah, Lexi is next. Click off that one. No, it's different from the Travis Belly one, but similar vibes. Yeah, okay. I can hear you. I can hear the sound is fine on my end. The panic that ensues when someone says there's no sound in the comments is feeling like no other. Exactly, because I'm like looking down. I'm like, no, the microphone's not on mute. It comes through my computer, so I haven't like disattached an like a microphone or anything. But the panic is real. It's fine. Very war heavy, and I'm not a fan of multi-point of view. I love the God's perspective though. Okay. Interesting. I felt the fear through the screen. Yeah, it's like, oh my gosh, where do I go now? What's going on? The panic. Yep. Lol, yeah, might help if you look at the right day. If I look at the right day, thanks, Glenda. Oh, Christina, we've all been there. And what? How many hours have you had sleep? Like 5 minutes? Yeah. Lexi is the next stop on the sprint train, arriving at 6 a.m. EST. That's better because I didn't think that there was a 12-hour difference there. You're welcome, Christina. We all need a Glenda in our lives. Actually, Glenda, you're here today. So I'm going to give you the magical wrench. There you go. You weren't here the other day when I was handing out wrenches because I realized I didn't have any. And we had a troll jump in the comments. So even though I did have unsubscribers, they waited that 5 minutes to troll. I think I'm going to head off to sleep a cast soon and decompress with a movie until I fall asleep. It may help. Sounds good. I fall asleep watching things too. I usually put on like TV shows that I've seen before so that I don't mind if I fall asleep to them. So like the comfort shows. Charmed is always a good one. Love that show. Trigger warnings are a selling point. Exactly. It is the best. Soon. Not yet. Still have to deal with the boys. No, ignore that, please. Sorry. You go till 10 my time. Yeah, so it's 8. Emily Henry is an auto by author for me. This one is called The Great Big Beautiful Life. Nice. Let me have a look. The Great Big Beautiful Life. There it is. 2 writers compete for the chance to a larger than life story of a woman with more than a couple of plot twists up her sleeve in this dazzling and sweeping new novel from Emily Henry. Okay, that sounds cool. I do want to get to Emily Henry eventually, but as I said, I'm not a huge romance reader, which is funny because romance books I tend to really enjoy when I read them. They're just not typically the book that I reach for. Evelyn Hugo is very close to my all-time favorite book too. So good. It is. I remember the first time I read it. It was a gift from my best friend to me, and she's like, you need to read this book. And I learned so much from that book. I learned so much about who I was as a person, about the world. I learned how to stand up for myself. It was a really transformational book for me. I honestly, it is definitely, I think I've reread it like 3 times. And I absolutely adore that book so much. I'm getting set up in my desk area so I can be on screen. If you want to send me a link by Discord, I don't seem to have the spreadsheet access. Yes, I will do that for you right now. Give me 1 second. And we want Jamie. You know, the link is in the Discord for you whenever you get a chance. I really did. The audiobook for Daisy Jones was a top notch. Okay. I might have to check out the audio there. And you listen to the audio too? Nice. It's by Kate A. Borman. I think that was the one that I saw. Yeah, Into the Sublime. That looks so creepy and it looks so good. It's 48 hours long, but it goes through all the background stuff that you would want to know about Broadway and Barbara's career. It's almost like she's talking to you. I'm in my Broadway era. Yep. Nice. Yes, definitely send that through. I definitely want to hear about that. That sounds so cool. Cool. Glenda, I think so, in 6 hours. Yeah. Was it Melissa? No, it wasn't Melissa. It was RH something that wrote a lot of stuff in Russian, and we translated the Russian and it was like unkind things. So it wasn't Melissa. She didn't arrive on this channel. Good night, Christina. I have Evelyn Hugo saved on my Libby. I'm waiting for it. Oh, I can't wait till you get to read it, Double Engine. It is absolutely phenomenal. Such a good book. Then we got Nicole, are you still here? I sent you IG or 2 or 5. Nicole, are you still here? I sent you an IG or 2 or 5, right? Yes, we all share extra. And that was quick. We're at the bottom of the comments. Let's go ahead and load up our first sprint. So what do I need? I need the timer. Let's get that up. Amazing. All right, we'll take that off for a second because we're going to add in Jamie.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. The sun is shining today. It's not raining. So better than the doom and gloom we have been having.
We had rain here the last couple days and I loved it because here, like, we have sunny days 300 days of the year.
Yeah.
So the rain and snow are the unusual part.
Yeah.
And I planted a whole bunch of peas out in the yard. I want to eat them, like the pods. They're going to grow in about a month, but that's only
so exciting
if it rains.
Yeah, that's exciting. I also love the rain, but where I am, the rain always comes in my window, and I like to have my window open for the fresh air. Mm-hmm. And so if I could have my window open in the rain, it'd be so much better.
Yes.
What are you reading today?
I have an arc called Ancestors that I don't know much about it yet. It looks like it's nonfiction about kind of the hereditary background of the people in the Middle East.
That sounds cool.
So, yeah, and I don't know if it has an agenda or not. That's why I've been putting it off because I don't know if it's legit science or propaganda.
Right.
And with that area, it could go either way.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping that it's science and not just propaganda.
Yeah, but I'm the right sort of reviewer if it is propaganda because I know this stuff. Yeah. So if they go off on a tangent and are not doing the science anymore, I'm going to call them out on it.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm reading tonight. And then I also have one print arc. So if my eyes get tired of screen reading, I have The Middleman by Olin Steinhauer that I've had as an arc for long enough that he's published probably 4 or 5 books since then. It's not really meaningful as an arc anymore, but it still is an arc that I got as an arc and I need to read it.
Yeah, I love that. I am so over propaganda. It's election day today here in Australia. We're voting for like a prime minister, and there's just been, I got text messages from someone. I'm like, how did you get my number? And it's the person who is like trying to remodel Australia after what Trump is doing.
Yes.
And it's,
you guys have a scary party there. Like you guys said that you had 2 parties.
3 scary parties.
3. Oh my gosh.
So there's
Yeah,
the
at least
trumpet.
here we only have 2 major parties ever usually. So
Yeah, we have the 2 major, the Labor and the Liberal, which is different from America because our Labor is the good and the Liberal is the bad. Where you guys have Liberal is like
we have Democrats, and they kind of cover all of it. Like Democrats are the Liberals, the Populists, the Labor Party, all of that all at once, and the Green Party. Like, anybody that wants a chance to be elected for a major office here, they squish into either that or the Republicans. And the Republican side used to be our conservatives.
Yeah.
But now they've gone all radical. So we don't really have a conservative party. Yeah. I kind of envy you guys that have more parties because we don't really have a clean way to vote for what you actually stand for. You always have to squish yourself into one of the 2 boxes.
Well, like one of the 2, so there are 2 major parties and one of those always gets in. But, I know a lot of younger people are trying to vote out of the parties because it's just so crazy. But we've got like the One Nation who are complete racists. They don't want to let anybody into the country, run by a crazy redhead woman called Pauline Hanson, and she's terrifying.
Yeah.
Then we have the Trumpet of Patriots, which is like funded by Clive
the name sounds bad. Like, oh
my and his slogan is "Make Australia Great Again," which is amazing. Like,
it sounds so familiar. I think I know their agenda already.
And then the Family First Party are like religious radicals, and then we have the Greens.
So they would be like our religious conservative
nice environment.
Yeah.
There's the Greens who have nice environment. They want to do a lot of things like with education and healthcare, which is, and I'm not afraid to say it, that's who I voted for because I want the world to be a better place.
Yeah.
And then there's, it's just absolutely mental. But I'm so glad for it to be over because I hate politics. Because I feel like whoever you vote for is wrong.
Yeah, I did a graduate degree in political science.
Yeah, wow.
So I find the ideas, like how it works and like why different systems work differently, that stuff's cool for me. Like why our system is different from like India, where they have this, first past the post system, and then so like they do an election and then they do an election again. Yeah. So you're not throwing away your vote if you voted third party because, you go to the top ranked winners and then do it all over again.
Yeah.
And it really changes the way the election feels and how it works as far as who gets represented and who can win.
Yeah.
So I find that stuff fascinating. But the actual wrangling mid-election drives me nuts.
Oh, yeah. It's like every night on the TV, there's just constant ads. I turn on YouTube, there's ads. I was even playing a phone game the other day, just like de-stressing. And then usually I get ads for other phone games, and I got a bloody political ad pop up. I was like, why are you doing this to me? Go away.
Yeah.
It's frustrating. So now I'm just sticking to reading and living in
reading and non-political reading for that matter. Yeah. At that point, you put aside all the books that even remind you of elections. Yeah.
Yep. I am focusing on the Hunger Games and Space book.
Yeah. Okay.
It just reminds me so much of the Hunger Games.
Yeah.
With worse writing, but anyway. And set in space.
Yes.
We'll get through these last comments and then we'll jump to a sprint.
Yeah.
I have another Taylor book somewhere, but I can't remember the name. I know there's like the Carrie Soto one, which is the tennis, Daisy Jones and the Six, and Evelyn Hugo. I don't know. There's probably more.
There are more. Yeah.
They're the 3 I know of.
There were ones that came along before Daisy Jones that I thought maybe Daisy Jones was like a debut author book until I looked at it more. Like, no, actually, they've been around for a while. I just hadn't heard of the books. So there's more, but they're not books I'd heard of before.
Yeah, there we go. Switching to Phantasma to Fall Asleep. I've heard only good things about that book. Good night, Kiana. Hello, Jamie. Hello. Hi, Jamie. Oh, that's the other one. Jen, Malibu Rising was pretty good too. That's the other one I know of, the Malibu Rising. And I think that was after Evelyn Hugo and before Carrie Soto, I think. But I don't know. Hello, Jamie. I enjoyed Malibu Rising. Hi, Jamie. Hello to everyone yet again. Hi, Chris. Hi, Jamie. River has cat trapped me right now, so I'm awkwardly typing one-handedly.
Yes.
River is such a pretty boy, and you better put him in your suitcase because I want to give him all the cuddles. Hi, Chris. Hi, Jamie. Hello, Christina, Glenda, Jess, and Sexy Lady. Hi, Jamie. What were you sciencey reading? Oh, your book, Jamie.
Yeah, the ancestors. It's like DNA studies of where people come from and how they're related to each other in the Middle East.
That's awesome.
I think I haven't started it yet, so that's why it might be total propaganda because of the topic and where it's at.
Yeah.
So I will find out when I actually read it what kind of book it actually is, because I couldn't tell on NetGalley.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. Hopefully it's a good one. If not, I cannot wait to see your review calling them out.
Yeah, and there's been some really great DNA studies where they have really good population sizes for their samples and actually get a really good picture of like how humans have migrated and who's related to whom. They were trying to figure out where the Basques came from and things like that. So I love this kind of stuff if it's actually the science.
Yeah. Oh God, I am so sorry. On behalf of America, I am so sorry. Oh, it's wild. It's wild times. That's horrid. Hey, I'm about to go to bed. I was just coming to say hi and hit the like button. Thanks, Anna. I hope you get a really good sleep. Hopefully your election will go much better than ours did. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Right, Atia, run far away. Fast. For real. Wow. Trumpet of Patriots is quite a name. Oh, yeah. And I want to know how they got my phone number.
Yeah.
Because who's selling my data? Who caved and sold my data?
Yeah.
As soon as you said the first word, my heart lurched. Call it trauma response. Honestly, it's just stupid. It's so stupid. Hello. I really like Malibu Rising. I should really read Evelyn. You should. It is such a good book.
It's really good.
I cried. I laughed. I learnt stuff. It was like, for a fiction book, I think I've learnt more in that book than I did in like an actual non-fiction book. It just had a lot of good life advice and how not to take anyone's shit and stand up for yourself, which I thought was really great. Hello, Melissa. I just read Malibu Rising. It was great. I will have to read that one. Okay, I have to go and put adult pants on. See you on the other side of the first print. All right, Jess. Send you the link to your music account. Okay, so my normal one. Gotcha. I just realized if Celine did musical theatre, she could be the choreographer for the KuKi MAYhem interpretive dance number. Perhaps Coda and Nicole can come dressed as Kindles on one stream. I love you, Chris. You are absolutely hilarious.
We need Chris on screen, though, to demonstrate.
Yes, we need you
that's
to demonstrate.
What we're missing. Yeah, we don't know what exactly we need to be aiming for in this interpretive dance.
Yeah. I love that. I was actually a dance teacher for a couple of years, so I might lead into it. If you convince Coda and Nicole to dress up as Kindles, I'm down.
Yeah. I can do swing dance.
Oh, nice.
Not all I can do.
Yeah, that's cool.
I can do swing.
Our version of the orange one did not get in. He even lost his own seat, which is huge here, and I was just...
Yeah.
I am just fingers crossed. The world doesn't crumble. Yeah. Happy for you, Jean. Good to know there are some sane people in the world. Yeah. kind of got to cling to that one, haven't you? All right, Jess, see you later. KuKi flash mob. Well, Nicole, myself, Jess Kiwi, and Ren are all going to be in Sydney at the end of the month with all the other, like Meredith, Brooklyn, a bunch of all of the Australian booktubers, and it's going to be absolute chaos. I can't wait though. I'm so excited. Actual like conversation with people in real life that have the same interests as I do.
It'll be weird though. Like
yeah,
because like we all kind of get used to everybody, like we know each other, but I still haven't met Coda in person, but at this point I know a lot about Coda and he knows a lot about me. And we're like, there's just a little strip of mountain range between us.
Yeah.
But it's going to be so different when there's not a screen between.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm excited. Bring on the chaos.
Yeah.
Alrighty, let's go to the first sprint. I hope everyone has lots of luck reading good books. I'm going to pop this one off. I'm learning these things very slowly. This one on. And enjoy your reading. See you in 9 minutes. Hello, welcome back.
Hello.
I read a whole 3% of my book because I got to read for about 20 minutes. Because my grandfather came in and had a rant about politics for nearly an hour, over an hour. And I was sitting here literally with my iPad like this, like reading, and I was like, oh, I guess I'll put it down. Then I kept looking, and I thought if I type on my laptop, maybe he'll go away. I love my grandparents very dearly, but my puppy is like a massive talker. So once you get him going, he just keeps going.
Yeah.
Especially when it's about politics, and our beliefs are very different. So it was like,
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about this.
Oh no.
How did you do?
I got to 14% in my book, which is good. It is the science, not the propaganda. So
amazing. We love to hear that.
So it's population genetics and kind of population genetics and identity. So it's getting into kind of sociology, psychology, as well as the genetics.
That's really cool.
Yeah, so I'm enjoying it. It's by Pierre, it's like Zotun or something. No, Zelos. Pierre Zelos. And he's Lebanese. So he's coming at this whole question from a personal curiosity as well as science.
That's cool. At least it's no propaganda.
Yes, I was concerned. I don't like DNFing, but I've gotten to where if it turns into just pure propaganda, I'll read enough to know their arguments, but they tend to be more repetitive anyway. Yeah. So you don't need to read the whole book to get the gist of what they're saying. And usually they're structured so that the first chapter in a propaganda book lays out their entire argument. Yeah. But I don't like DNFing. It's still, So I'm glad this turned out to be one I can actually read.
I don't DNF. Yeah. I might like soft DNF and be like, that book is not for me right now, but I want to come back to it. Yeah. But I don't. I just like to read everything. Yeah. And sometimes if it's really bad, I'll hate read it because there's nothing better than a good hate read.
Yes. Yeah, I don't usually DNF. If I, feel like I would like to, I skim read the rest of it. Yeah. So I at least take in the information. I'm just maybe not reading it thoroughly after a point. And if I start feeling like I need to focus more on their arguments, I'll read a couple chapters properly and go back and forth. But there's very few books I've actually full on DNF'd.
Yeah, I can't. I don't know what it is, but once I start it, I need to finish it.
I was like that until I hit my late 30s.
Okay.
And then I realized
I'm still early 30s, so maybe I haven't.
Yes. And at some point I counted up the remaining decades that I have left and looked at my books, and I'm still getting new books. I keep doing those read what you own challenge things. Not like I don't want to get more books, but just I need the nudge to actually read the ones I've got. Yeah. Not just the ones that are fresh and new and exciting.
Yeah. I'm the same. I have shelves of books that I've had for years that I've never read. I'm like, I need to get through them. I did get through like a good chunk of them last year. I didn't buy a single book until December last year. Nice. So I was reading only what I had. And then I worked across from the bookstore at doing like the Santa photography at Christmas, and that buying books didn't last very long.
Yeah. Well, and I work in a used bookstore now as a volunteer. So any attempts at not bringing home new books would have failed around the time I started working there. That was November, I think, last year. So I just accept it. I just have to keep on myself about reading the books I've got and if I bring home a book and I'm excited about it, instead of guilting myself into putting it away and just reading the old books, if I really want to read it, right now is when I really want to read it. Yeah. So I need to put it in my TBR now so that it's at least available. I may not get to it. I'm notorious for making a TBR 3 times bigger than I can read in a month.
Can you hear the phantom bell?
Yes. It is there.
What time is it? It was at 3:11 yesterday, and now it's 4:17.
Yeah.
It's no timer.
Maybe you've got like bell ringers that are practicing or something.
But there's nothing down there where the bell is coming from. It's like bushland.
Weird.
The creepy phantom bell. Yeah, it is. It's so weird.
Yeah.
That's strange.
Yeah, I can hear it.
It's like an old school bell. Like the sound like of when they would have the ones that they'd have on like the rope and you like ring it.
Maybe it's a kid that has one of those.
Who would give that to a kid? The whole neighborhood can hear it. Anyway.
Yeah.
I think it stopped. That's weird. All right, let's see what everyone else got up to. Oh, I need to take banner off. Shh. Stop ringing the bell. Probably a ghost. Can you imagine all of us co-hosts popping up on their stream doing a flash mob? That would be wild. Definitely. Okay, big girl pants can be taken off now. Good, you have time to relax. Also, that would have to be a huge account to get all of us on one screen. We'd all be like the tiny, tiny little boxes. And to find a time where we were all available to do that, that would be a nightmare because we're all over the place with time zones.
I think you could do it on Zoom.
Oh, yeah.
So I know I've been in Zoom meetings with tons of people, and I don't remember how big that group can be before you run out of spots. But
probably as big as you pay for. They'll probably have bigger tiers.
But if somebody was to have a Zoom account already, and it's not impossible. Maybe for November, yeah.
We will try for Nickel in November. Try and get it all up. Jessica with the row was famous 5. Oh, good. That should be nice and quick to get through because they're quite small books, aren't they? And they're like middle grade kids' books, so they read quite fast. This was where I was saying about my ranting. Those rants are the worst. They absolutely are the worst. And do you know who is not the worst? Nicole.
Hello.
How are you? How did your book bag making go? Or the bag?
The bag making?
Yes.
My butt. The last one kicked my butt. Like all over the sewing studio. I unpicked it so many times because it's a different style of bag and for lack of a better term, it's a bitch to make.
Yeah.
Because the zipper isn't encased into the seams, it's outside the seams. So you've got them as tabs, so you can hold the zipper and pull it. You can hold it from that. And so you've got to stop just before the zip. Do you know how many times I got the zip by 2 or 3 stitches? In the end, I'm just like, I hate you, bag.
It's always the last thing you're making that gives you the trouble.
Yeah. And then because I was frustrated, the other day I was frustrated with some stuff that was happening in the back of house. I miscalculated some fabric that I'd cut. So I've made myself some project bags today as well that I didn't really need, but I have. So I've got to recut some fabric.
Nice.
I'm like, great.
There's some cool funky fabrics.
There's I don't know how many of my vlogs you've watched. So the 2 bags that I made today are ones for Leanne that I did with all the a Christmas fabric, the Sally Christmas fabric. So there's 2 of those. There's a witch coaster that I made, which has the grey and white witch fabric on it. And
I've definitely seen that fabric before.
Yeah, and I made a couple of grime guards out of that as well. So because Leanne got a set for her Heaven and Earth design, so she got a dust cover, which I'd already made for her and gave that to her. The grime guards I hadn't got to last time because I got busy and all that sort of stuff. And her sort of stuff is just, it gets done in dribs and drabs because she's just like, just do it whenever, it's fine. Yeah. So over the last 3 months, I've just been doing all of her stuff because it was a lot. And I just finished up her grime guards that went with that dust cover. So yeah, and then there was leftover fabric, so I made her a coaster as a bonus.
Lovely.
So she can be all matchy.
I love that. I love matching.
Yeah. And then tomorrow I have I've got to recut some fabric when we go to a sprint. I'm just actually sitting down having a cup of tea because my back's a bit sore. And
that's fair. You're allowed to.
Yeah, I've been standing up since 9 o'clock this morning. So
yeah,
and bending over and wrestling with stuff. So yeah, so I've got to cut some llama fabric.
Oh, that's fun.
But they look like little Mexican llamas. They're so cool. It's an orange fabric and they've got like little colourful tassels on them and all that sort of stuff.
Oh, I love that. That's so cute.
And then we've got a Christmas bag that I've got to make, which for the person that I'm making it for, it's got little dogs on it because they're a dog family. And it's got like glitter all over it. And then I've got to make a grime guard to match it. So, yeah. So that's what I've got to do in the next.
What is a grime guard?
Oh, okay. So a grime guard is exactly what it is. It protects against grime. So because when you're doing cross stitch, you might be doing a big project and you could be working on it for years. So you have grime guards that go around the edge of it. So you're not touching the fabric, you're touching the actual grime guard instead. And it stops the oils from your skin getting into your cross stitch.
I love that. Okay.
Yeah. And it also holds all your extra fabric as well out of the way when you're using like Q snaps or like the grime guards that I made for Leanne today are for a scroll bar, so that they're a little bit different. The other grime guard that I've got to make will be like it'll look like it's a circle, but it'll go on a square or a circle because it's got elastic in it and it molds to it, but it holds all the excess fabric out of the way.
That's cool. I think I've done the cross stitch once in my life.
Yeah.
And I really loved it. I had so much fun.
Yeah, I'm sort of a bit burnt out with my cross stitch at the moment, but that's only because I'm doing so much other stuff. So it's usually the first thing to go because I can just sit and read. I don't have to think.
Yeah.
Actually, I'll take that back because it depends on the book. Because sometimes you're like, I'm not so sure what I just read. Let me just go back for a second. So yeah. But yeah. So I haven't sewn all week, so that's why I'm sewing this weekend. I've got a quilt to do as well. I also got that loaded up as well. So
busy.
Yeah, just a day in the life.
What are you listening to at the moment?
I'm listening to some good old-fashioned smut.
Is that the Order of the Scorpions?
Yeah, some torture, some slaves, some smutty bits and pieces, some murder.
Delicious.
Yes, it's all the good stuff. All the good stuff.
Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, I am actually. It's got a really it hasn't had much smutty stuff in it. It's actually got a really good story. So I'm really enjoying it. A couple of times I've just stopped at the sewing machine. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm supposed to be sewing because I was listening to it and just stopped, listen to what's going on.
Oh, I love that. That's why I can't do audiobooks when I drive. I have to listen to music because I focus in too much of what the audiobook is doing that I don't concentrate on the road.
Yeah, I don't listen to audiobooks like around the city or anything like that, but between here and before I get to Brisbane, I do because they're just long straight road.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no. I'm a music in the car person. I think it's also because I love music and it's like the best time where I can listen to my music because I'm alone in my car, can have it as loud as I want. And so I
like to listen to music
into
too.
Audiobooks. I used to listen to a lot of audio when I was in London and I had to like walk to pick the kids up from school. And so while I was walking, I found like that was a good time to listen to an audiobook or a podcast or something. But yeah. I have just found in my book that the male like love, look, there's like two love interests. One is rich and one's like this big guy that's protecting her in the challenges or whatever. And she's sleeping with them both, really, honestly. Let's be honest. Well, I mean, one of them did make her pregnant years ago, but
everyone needs a hobby.
Well, yeah, she's locked in a cage most of the time with this guy, so not much else to do. Anyway, he started calling her Banshee because she screams, and so his nickname for her is Banshee because she's a screamer. And I'm like, don't I like this? But still very much Hunger Games in space.
Yeah. Have you read Serpent and Night of Wings? Or Wings of Night or whatever it's called?
No, I don't think I have. I think it's on my list.
Yeah, it's pretty good. That's Hunger Games meets vampires.
Okay.
Really well done. Yeah, really well done. That really enjoyed that. So
they're
on Kindle Unlimited. They're on Kindle Unlimited as well. So
yeah, nice. I am liking this book more than when I started. I think now that it's getting more into like the fantasy and they're able to describe the world and what it looks like and the creatures look like, and we're not on Earth. I think the writing is a lot different. Like the first like 2 chapters were set on Earth, and it was just her going about her mundane life and this and that. And I remember when I was 21 and I was out and drinking, and she's kind of like, I was like, oh, like, come on. I don't want to read your whole life story. Like, we get it. Used to be a drunk slut. I get that. And now it's moved into...
Now there's the phrase for it. Yeah, it used to be a drunk slut.
And now, like, it's moved into describing things, and we're learning about this moon in the sky, and it's like, it's not sci-fi though, so it's like very much space fantasy, I guess.
Yeah, it's sci-fantasy.
Yeah, but I'm not really seeing much sci-fi elements to it. It's definitely leaning a lot more into the fantasy side, because their excuse for why we haven't seen these beings from the sky before is because they all had like this big intergalactic meeting to hide all of themselves via the magic that they can access from the Earth, because we just want to kill each other and we're a horrible race of people, which is true. That part's true.
Yeah, I was going to say that's you sure it's not non-fiction?
Could be, but yeah, that's their excuse. So they're very much leaning into the fantasy, and there's some like races out there that have, or species, I should say, more than races out there. They have like certain magical abilities and others don't. And it's just, I don't know. It's getting there. Hope it keeps getting better, and it doesn't like once we know everything about the world, it kind of, the story goes back to being a drunk slut. But
so Jamie, I didn't hear some of the chatty bit because I was having a shower and stuff. Is it propaganda that you're reading, or is it actual?
It's actual science. It's population genetics, and so what we can know about identity and society through population genetics.
Cool.
So
it's
interesting. Yeah, it's good so far. I've only gotten through like the foreword and chapter 1 and like the little bit of chapter 2, because I also had to make eggs. So part of that sprint was frying up my onions and frying up my eggs, and so I can't cook and read an ebook. It's why I think that's why my NetGalley gets neglected, because I have to be at my screen to read it.
Yeah.
And I think for that, even if I had a tablet or a Kindle, I still wouldn't put it where I cook, because I'd get eggs all over it.
Well, that's it. I don't take I don't read while I'm cooking either, unless it's an audio. And even with an audio book, I don't tend to, because you can't hear.
Yeah, I don't do dishes with audio.
Yeah,
because it gets too noisy, and just the sound of the running water drowns out the audiobook.
Yeah. Yeah, and then it's too loud and you get a headache and it's like, yeah, no, I'll just turn it off. And I usually have my headphones on, so the kids used to think that I was listening to a book. Leave me alone. It's mummy time.
I love that.
Yeah. So my book has quite a substantial amount of plot. So we started off with a girl that was in a cage that turns out to be a fae. Okay. She has no recollection where she's from or who she is or anything like that. Then once a scene goes down in the first chapter, was sort of the prologue and the first chapter. She is taken to the person that had her kidnapped by a couple of orcs to his room. He killed the orcs, and then these, for lack of a better term, they're like got a cloaking device on them, but they're see-through, so you can see their skeletons, and they're shadow walkers. So, which we've just found out, and so she could see them, and she's seen them kill the head of this place, and they left her behind, and then it jumps 6 years into the future. And she has been in this place they have, I forget what they call it, but it's sort of they're in training to be like assassins sort of thing, or bodyguards and whatnot, but they go up against each other. But the place that has them, that is keeping them, treat them as slaves and have cruel and unusual punishment to get them to toe the line and all that sort of stuff. And these Scorpion, which we now know are Order of the Scorpion, they've turned up back at this place, and she's recognized them, but they have not recognized her. And it turns out that, she's got to do a deed, and that's going to render her dead because the guy that runs the place is going to kill her and all this sort of stuff. So yeah. And so I'm guessing they're going to save her, because one of them's just gone, oh, I know who she is, because he's like, the whole time he's looking at her going, I'm sure I know this person. Like, and then the pennies just dropped for him. So yeah, but there's a whole heap of other stuff going on. That's
Do you
really
just say pennies or panties?
Pennies.
Because you are reading smart. So
yeah, well, either way, whichever floats your boat, Selena, you can have it each way. I don't care. However, on that, but yeah, so her panties dropped, or his panties dropped, and yeah, and they're starting to put all of the bits and pieces together. Tia goes, I heard panties too, pennies. My accent was really, really Western Queensland when I said that.
Yeah, I'm a New South Walian. I don't get the Queensland accent.
Yeah, it slips in every now and again, then it slips out again. So yeah.
Oh no, those rants the West. Yeah, it was an hour of rant.
Who ranted?
My grandfather. He came in and started ranting about politics for an hour.
Oh yeah, I've avoided Brendan this weekend because of politics.
I just wanted to read
I told him, even though I haven't been that busy, he could have come and sat here and talked to me. I told him I was busy all weekend. I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm busy all weekend, because I knew it was like election weekend. I'm like, no.
Yep. Yeah, no. I already postal voted. I'm fine.
Yeah,
but yeah, he came in and he just for an hour. I just wanted to read my book. And then after that I had to go and calm down a bit. So I read like a chapter. Oh no, that's really bad. Sorry, you have to deal with that. So yeah, and we're on polar opposite sides too, which doesn't help.
Same as me and Brendan.
And trying to make me agree with that, and I was like, no, not for me. Like, you can, that's fine.
I think we've actually shut Brendan down a little bit, because some of the women's rights that are been on the table and stuff like that. I just stood there. We were standing across his ute, and I just said to him, "So you're okay with your daughters not having any rights, are you? How's that going to go for you when that crops its little ugly head up?" And I just spun on my heel and walked away. Oh no, because you can't argue with someone walking away with you, and you can't argue with the fact that those things are being taken off the table. While they may not affect me now, they're definitely going to be affecting my girls, and I don't agree with that. So I'm sorry, our politics is not going to align.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say hi.
Wow. Hello. That was a big hello.
Hi.
This is Katerina. She talks a lot.
Yeah, she's got a big voice.
Yeah. She's
I love
dissatisfied, and I'm not
cat
sure what
names.
she wants.
I love all of your cat names, how they're all something to do with cats.
Yeah. I love it.
Yeah. I have one that's Julian.
Yeah.
So he's not a cat theme name because he was a kitten that I kept his name when I decided to keep him. So he's from. I was reading Stendhal's The Red and the Black when I was naming that litter of kittens, and the main characters are Julian and I don't remember the girl anymore. The servant female character was Rosie or Rosalie, and so I can keep track of which litter is which because his sister is the one we couldn't catch that's still at my mom's yard. And her name became Rosita because mom was leaning Mexican names, but it's still basically the same.
I've got beans because Neroli said when she has kittens, she can have baked beans.
Okay.
And I just looked at her and I'm like, really? That's, yeah, all right, we'll leave it at beans.
My two cats were Pride, which I named after the rock in The Lion King, because I wanted to name him after something in The Lion King, and I didn't want to be typical and name him after one of the lions. So I went, right, I'll name you after the rock.
Yeah, that's fair. That works. Yeah.
And also, my other cat was named Spook, which was her original name, and we kept her name when I adopted her because she was like this big when I adopted her. And I went to take my cat to the vet, and then when I went to pick him up, the lady came out and sitting in like her little pocket, I just saw this head with two big green eyes, like pure black head, two big green eyes just pop up and look out. I went, who's this? And they're like, oh, this is our new cat. She's up for adoption. I went, not anymore. She's not. And I took her home. But oh, she's so sweet. But God, she was a bitch. She grew up to be the biggest bitch. Anybody but me, nah, didn't want to deal with them.
That's fine.
Absolutely not. Kiana is heading to bed.
Good night.
Sleep well. We were discussing before how our names are so similar that when another person...
Yeah, I interchange both your names all the time. I always, yeah, no. You need different names. Sorry.
Flynn is safe.
Yeah.
Good night, Kiana. Sleep well. Take care. Good night, Kiana. Got to 69% in Rose House by Arcady Martin. It got too technical and heavy, so I had to switch to Steeped in Secrets by Lauren Elliott. Nice. I don't know either of those books.
Yeah, there's an Arcady Martin book that I might be getting with my bag of books, one of the bags of books when we get to the sale next weekend. So this is interesting because I've never read him, but the book looks interesting. So we'll see if the other books by him are similar then. Yeah.
I hate when you are like, when you're in a book and it starts to get too technical and heavy, and then you're like, oh, I either have to stop reading or I just have to pick something else to read for a little bit when you just want to charge through and get books done. Sadia started her second book for KuKi, and we ate the duck by Mallory Pearson. I thought you were gonna say, and we ate, and I was like, and we ate the duck. What? And then I realized that was the title of the book.
That's funny.
Oh dear. Just a Kiwi. I started listening to it, and I'm cooking dinner and had a chat with Nicole. Nice. And Coda, dinner is sausages, rice, and veggies. Yum. Yum, yum. Got to page 391 of 517. Nice. Making some progress there, Atia. Jean said, going to bed, leaving you on the TV in the living room. And yes, you are on mute at 20% of Give Me More by Sarah Kate.
It's good to see you're learning, Jean.
So we don't wake you up in the middle of the night.
That's definitely personal growth right there.
Not counting the remaining decades. Yes. My Kindle is telling me I have an hour and a half left, so I'm really going to try and finish this tonight. I'm sure you will get there. I did get distracted for half the sprint about Beyonce. Well, that's better than being ranted at by politics for the majority of the sprint. So I think you win. I can hear the phantom bell. It sounds like a church bell, right? But we have no church there.
I could hear it as well. It's probably a kid walking around with one of those handbells.
It's too loud, though. Like, it has to be a big bell.
It may be a really big bell that is, like, the sound is echoing off of a hill. There are places in England where you get that, where the church with the bell is way off in a different direction, but just the way the sound carries, it sounds like it's coming off of a different hill in a different direction.
But typically, church bells don't ring any other day except for a Sunday in our here,
Right.
unless there's a death of a monarch or something like that. So, unless, do you have farms around you?
Not really.
Okay, because I was going to say, unless it's a farm and they've got like a bell that lets all the farm workers know that it's end of shift and stuff, or lunchtime.
But the problem is it doesn't stick to like a steady routine.
It's
like
not at normal times. Like it's
not the ice cream truck that gets around.
No, because it's every day, and the ice cream truck doesn't come every day.
Okay.
We thought maybe that's what it was last week because it happened on a Sunday.
Yeah.
But then it happened yesterday at like 3:11, and then today it was at like 4:17 or something. Like weird. So I don't know. It's really strange. I still think it's a ghost, but
yeah.
We'll find out. Good night, Jean. Take care and sleep well. There it goes again. Yeah, it's constantly going. It stopped now, but who knows how long that will last for. Annette, good morning from Dublin. Hi, Annette. Welcome. I'm sitting outside with my coffee and Kindle. Just started Loyalty to the Max, which is an indie arc. Nice. Oh, I bet it is really lovely in Dublin right now. I went to Ireland about this time 2 years ago, and I just remember the weather being really lovely. Wasn't too hot. It was nice. Chantel says, might it have something to do with the fact that the Pope died and the Cardinals are about to start conclave? I don't think so, because Australia really probably doesn't give a shit about that, to be honest. Unless
we're not Catholic enough.
Unless it was a big Catholic church, which we do have a few, but none of them are near where I live. So, don't know. It's so strange. Sadia is going to bed night, friends. Thanks for the sprints. No worries. Thanks for coming, Sadia. I know the chimney was installed today. The chimney? I'm very confused.
I don't know. I can't help you.
The Pope?
Oh, yeah, for the Pope.
Pope chimney? Does he get... But don't Catholics get buried, not cremated?
Yeah, no, they get buried. But no, when they meet to elect the new Pope, there's a chimney that's put in.
And then the smoke comes out of it.
Different smoke, so they know what they've voted. So if it's black, I think if it's black, a Pope hasn't been chosen. If it's white, then a Pope has been chosen. Because it goes to vote, and they can be in vote in I think it's called conclave.
Yeah, in
I
conclave.
think it is. Yeah. They can be in that for weeks and weeks until a Pope is. So the chimney's been installed today, which means that in the next 24 hours, 48 hours, they'll go to conclave. And they're locked in, so they can't go out. There's no access to media. There's nothing. And they just hash it out until a Pope is selected.
That's wild.
Yeah. So we should know within the next...
Religion is wild.
Yeah, so they should know within the next week or so. Just depends.
Mm.
Mm.
Do we need another pope? Haven't there been enough? I have to sacrifice.
I don't know.
being
The pope that just passed was a pretty good pope.
He was really like forward thinking.
He was very forward thinking. Yeah,
I liked him. I mean,
and
I don't know him personally, but
he is going to be very much missed by the Catholic community because he did so. You know, like he was very forward thinking. He was very understanding.
He was accepting of lots of different people.
Yeah.
Definitely. I have to sacrifice being up at 1, 2, 3 in the morning. Is that 1, 2, and 3, or 1, 2, or 3 in the morning to have every single one of us on screen? Then I will. Right, I got you.
Yeah.
That would be wild.
Yeah.
Good night, Sadia. Take care.
Yes, as long as you don't
I
mind
should
people with
clarify,
bed hair.
it is a book for another readathon where I have to read a book over 1,000 pages. Strategic detours are happening this month. Yeah. I hope you found some places to break it down, because I think you, Jamie, were saying that there were natural breaks in that story. Yeah. That is, I read The Stand and that took so long. I loved that book so much. But I think it will have to be another while before I jump into another over 1,000-page book, because it takes it out of you.
Yeah, it does.
I have to be conservative with my 1,000-page plus books because I realized in one of the less competitive readathons that had a prompt for a big book near the end of last year that I'm running out of them. So, like, I saved a couple for TAR last year that were really useful. And this year, I don't know what I'm going to use for that because I don't actually have a lot that are actually over 1,000 pages because I've read them all already.
Do you read many classics? There's a lot of classics that are over 1,000 pages.
There's a few trollop books left that I haven't read that are that long. But even the Dickens books, I've read the longest Dickens already. I only have 2 Dickens left, and only one of those is long. And I don't.
What about? Oh no, I don't think she's 1,000 pages. I was going to say, what about George Eliot?
I've read the longest George Eliot's already.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's 1,000 anyway.
I read War and Peace. I've read. War and Peace is usually the longest one people think of, and that one's. I could reread it, but I don't.
Have
really
you read?
This year.
Yeah. Do you really want to though?
At least now I know that there's a point to it, but it takes almost 1,000 pages to get to the point. So
I've got it on my shelf and I go to pick it up all the time, and it's like playing chess. I put my fingers on it and I'm like, no, not today.
It's basically 1,000 pages of soap opera set in Russia, and every other scene somebody's bawling, and you can't guess ahead of time who's going to start crying or what about, or I'm not sure they even had reasons to cry half the time. They just start crying. Why?
Oh dear,
That's hilarious.
That's funny.
That makes me kind of want to read it.
It's not as bad as I thought it was, but it's not what I thought it was either. And then you finally get to the serious argument, like why we've been reading all this. Like near the end of the book, he's actually got a thesis he's trying to support with this novel. But there's no real mention of any of these ideas. It's not like there's foreshadowing or, building up the argument throughout the novel. It's just near the end, plunk. Here we have the reason why we've been reading this whole book.
Yeah.
I want to read it for the crying.
Yeah.
I'm here for
the
emotional
bunch.
Glenda says, hi, Nicole.
Hello.
Patricia said, Jess, I'm doing the same thing, trying to make all of my reads work for multiple readathons. Yeah. Is it Donna that's doing like 6 or something insane like that?
No, I think she's doing 3.
3.
Donna
Still,
Marie
that's insane.
reads. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I think Jess is doing 5. She's doing 3
5?
for this month, and then she's got 2 yearly ones.
Far
Oh,
out. Okay.
The one
You're
that
nuts.
QWERTY runs, and then there's Book 'em On, and then there's this one, Adventureathon. Is that right, Jess?
Yeah.
And
Adventure.
something else. Yeah, and there's something else. The mystery one, I think.
Mystery Mayhem.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
That's crazy. Hello, everyone. I changed my profile picture.
So
Nice.
you have very
I like
pretty.
the color. Is it a
Yeah.
sweater? I can't
That
see.
you get right up to the camera because they're like this big back
Yeah.
of house.
Fancy. Hang
It's
on.
like
I'll
nice,
switch
very
to. It's still small.
yeah, I was gonna say it makes no difference. I've tried that.
Yeah, I like the color. It's very autumnal. I like autumnal colors. Chantel, I used to be a drunk slut too.
And that's why I started laughing. You were talking about something serious, and I started giggling because that popped up. It wasn't at you. That's because that popped up, and I nearly blurted it out. And I'm like, no, I'll just leave that until Selena gets to it because I think that's going to provoke some reaction.
That's hilarious. Hello, Aaliyah.
It took all my effort not to. I'm just glad I didn't have a mouthful of tea at the time. Because my computer would have copped it for sure.
Hi, Glenda. God, that was a yummy dinner. Wait, I want fried eggs and onions now. Tomorrow?
It makes a good breakfast, lunch, or dinner, just depending on how you do it. So, yeah.
So what did you make? Fried eggs and onion?
Yeah, I had a part of an onion that I put in the fridge for later, and I needed to use up. So I fried it up and added 3 eggs and some spices, and just had fried egg with onions
Nice.
and cheese and salsa. So,
That sounds so good.
Yeah, it is Jess that's doing 6. I'm doing 4-month-long ones and 2-year-long ones.
Yes.
You're channeling Jamie this month, are you, Jess?
I'm not that crazy this year. That was Jamie last year. That was nice.
You've mellowed.
She's bringing the old Jamie back.
Last year was the first full year of BookTube sort of thing. I had to try it all out and see what I liked. But now I'm in I know what I like and what I don't like. And surprisingly enough, I don't really like the role-playing readathons as much as I thought I would. I get bored with them. There's not as much focus on finishing a lot of books. And by the time I finish all the stuff for those character building or whatever we're doing, it's only halfway through the month. And what do I do now? So
I felt the same way about the role-playing ones as well. I'm just like, I'm not a role-playing sort of person.
Yeah, and some of them get overly specific. I dropped Aurelium, the second round of Aurelium last year because I realized I didn't really want to do those prompts. They were too specific, and I have a ton of books, and I still didn't have anything for them because they were not easily adaptable to what I actually have in the house, even with my probably 1,000 books at home.
Yeah, like Aurelium's good to a certain degree, but as you said, that they're just so specific, the prompts,
right?
And it's not just 1 or 2 of the characters; it's across the board. And I'm just I did the same thing. I did it the first one. I don't even think I completed the first month, to be honest. I read all the books within the first half, and I'm like, well, and then I just bailed on it. But I did a readathon every month except for 1 or 2 months. I think we worked out. And this year, I got to this year, I'm like, nope.
I'm doing 1 or 2 every month, but I'm only doing 1 or 2. I'm not doing all of them every month.
I am sticking with 1 a month. I was going to do Pokemon, but I got too far behind with how sick I was earlier in the year. So I might look at that again next year, or a year-long one, because I think I'd like to have a year-long one, but then I do enjoy like a monthly one, but I definitely don't want to be doing one every month.
No, that's why this year I just went, I'm not doing any readathons.
Yeah.
Except for this one, NetGalley November, and I've been there's also the one that we know Arc August that normally happens.
Yeah.
And then I've been asked to co-host one next month. Which I said yes to, which is pretty chill because I did it last year as well. So
yeah,
I was a co-host last year. So
yeah, I might only have one next month because I will concede that Tar is pretty all-consuming. So
yeah. I decided I'm not doing Tar this year because I'm co-hosting for another one. So
yeah,
but I pretty much made up my mind that I wasn't doing it at the beginning, like in February. I just went, you know what, I'm not doing it. It'll be there next year. I can't see it going anywhere.
Honestly, it takes a lot out of you. It's something that, like, you can't really be doing anything else that month. It has to be just Tar.
Yeah, and because I'm doing this month, I just knew that I was going to be tired. So
yeah. Oh, exactly. Yeah.
I'm good, thanks. So, yeah.
Atia definitely had panties too.
It's probably the West Queensland. I was hanging out with my West Queensland friend last night, so I probably picked up some of it.
So cool.
It's quite funny when we get together.
It really is.
Sound like hillbillies.
Now I'm just imagining you wearing like dirty overalls. Like a straw hat that's a bit
and a pipe.
it's missing and a bit
Turn
of
on some straw.
straw.
Oh my god, how bad is that generalization? Jeez. Better be careful, we'll get cancelled.
It's true though.
It is true. I know it's true. Like, it's just what society has perpetrated. Like, even in TV shows.
Kitties.
So yeah.
Kitty. The chimney at the Vatican. Yes. The chimney is for the papal election. White smoke when the new pope's chosen. Papal?
Papal is, I'm pretty sure, it's papal.
Yeah, it's papal.
Like PayPal, like give me some money.
Yeah. Well, hello. Do you not know about the Catholic Church, the richest organisation in the freaking world? It is like PayPal, except they don't give you anything in return. They just take everything and then give you damnation.
Give me money.
Go and say your Hail Marys, and no, you didn't say them good enough. Damn you to hell.
Y'all are so not Catholic. The chimney was installed on the top of the Vatican with a soul.
Yeah, I grew up in a Catholic household.
Yeah.
So anything Catholic related, I try to block out. So, yeah.
Well, I'm confused. On the top of the Vatican for the soul to get let out every day for the vote of the day. The soul? Are they like sacrificing people down there?
Who knows? It's behind closed doors. Who knows what goes on down there?
Someone save the children. Oh. For the
I thought it was because they burn the paper, so like whether like they burn a particular paper so it burns white or it burns black to let you know whether a pope or not it's been. I didn't know it was to let the soul out. I would have assumed his soul had already long gone.
Yeah, there's probably multiple explanations for it.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe they're like getting possessed down there, and each person that gets possessed, their soul gets let go because they get overtaken with the Pope's soul.
Look, this here, like with everything, the way everything's going this year with politicians and all the rest of it, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a backward Pope.
Yeah.
It just seems there seems to be something in the waters that people want. These people that are in power want to send us back to the bloody Stone Ages.
Yeah.
So
soon
I
we'll
wouldn't
be
be
burnt
surprised.
at the stake again for being witches. But even the real witches weren't burnt. It was just women.
Yeah, just women in general.
I agree with you, Chantel. Yeah, definitely. The top pick apparently is legit the antithesis of Pope Francis, so it could swing way back.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's an antithesis, and I realize the word is antithesis, but anyway.
Yeah, that's all right.
That's just the Australian way of saying antithesis.
Oh my God, you fucking bogan.
I don't sound like that at all. I can do it.
Yeah,
That
but
is
I'm
not
like,
what I sound like.
oh, yeah, no, you just boganed it up. You can't hide that shit behind the mask too long because it comes out when you least expect it.
Oh, I do it on purpose. It's only up to 130 cardinals. That's 130 too many.
All men. Mm-hmm.
All but yeah. Where's the women's vote? It's
Not allowed
religion.
in
We don't get a vote.
Catholic
No.
The first natural break is at page 146, and thankfully immersion reading it, so far it's a great audiobook. That's good.
Oh, that's good.
I think that audiobook would probably scare the crap out of me too much. So I think that's why I have to read it with my eyes. So I hate clowns. I absolutely hate them.
You will like them even less after it.
I haven't watched the movie because I know I hate clowns.
Clowns and spiders.
Same.
So if spiders are a trigger for you, it may not be your book.
Yeah, it won't be your book if you don't like
I want to read it
spiders.
so bad, though. I like to get scared. A Suitable Boy by Vikram Seth, 1,400 plus pages.
I read that one 2 years ago as my March book for special points for a group on Goodreads.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm really running out of these long books. Yeah.
I had a bit of a chuckle at the name Vikram because all I got playing in my head was Ross from Friends being Vikram, because he put his foot in it with Phoebe, and he rang up on her answering machine saying, "This is Vikram." That was such. Phoebe was going to kill him. Like, it was just, yeah. Anyway, if you're not into Friends,
Vikram makes me think of yoga. So I think that's a type of yoga.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I think. Thank you, Glenda. And yes, I'm so hoping for the Filipino or African candidates, but it's wishful thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't the Pope usually white?
Yep.
It's a much better good Catholic girl now. Oh, I'm a much better good Catholic girl now than being the drunk slut. I'm doing 4 month-longs and 2 year-longs. Yeah, that's nuts. Yep. Keep going. And TBR Quest. You guys did so well. It just worked out that way. Fair. June is going to be quiet apart from the one we're doing. I'm not doing any month-longs. May is for KuKi and getting ready to go on the road. I've got no room for anything else. Fair.
Yeah, that's fair. It seems like I don't have any room for anything else for this month either.
I just don't have any room in my brain for anything at all. It's empty up there. Smoke.
Stop.
I only know this much because I was at my grandmother's earlier and she watches the news constantly and the news cycle just repeats the same thing. So I know way more than I did 24 hours ago. Yeah, I don't watch the news. I don't read the newspaper. I'm probably being naive, but I'd rather read my fantasy books than deal with what's happening in the world right now.
All I can say is the last thing that we need is a pope that aligns with Trump and Putin.
Yep.
Because if someone aligns with their beliefs, we're screwed.
Yeah, and we'll be in one of those chapters of history books that's like really exciting to read about afterwards, where you don't really want to have been the people during that time.
Yeah.
But it's fun to read about.
It'll make for a lot of really great classics for 100 years from now.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
All of us will be, all writing novels. We'll be all on the classics list, taught in schoolrooms.
Yeah.
We warned you, you dumb idiot.
We need to start
This
writing,
are things
though.
we would have learned from before, but we haven't.
In the room. They know the room. It's just, yeah.
So Atia hasn't been converted to Catholicism. No, not quite. I'm always going to remember this every time we need a new pope burning sacrifices and souls. Spare the children. Maybe it's like when they burn the Carls on Game of Thrones. I haven't seen Game of Thrones.
Yeah, I haven't either, so I don't get the reference. Sorry.
What?
That all just fell on deaf ears. Sorry, dude.
We're at the end of the comments, so we're going to do... You're going to get a really interesting look into everything I watch.
Puppies? Mm-hmm. What was the Wi-Fi one? She looked very serious.
It's probably true crime. I watch a lot of true crime stuff.
Okay, cool.
So that's probably all there. There's like cute cat lo-fi timer in there. I think there was... Yeah, I watch shit.
As most of us do.
A lot of that is stuff that I start on one thing and it just keeps playing the next thing while I sleep.
Yeah. I took the
sleep.
I took the autoplay off mine.
Yeah.
Because that's how I ended up with politics on my craft channel. I'm like, no. I do not care about American politics. Thank you very much.
I don't even care about Australian politics.
Yeah, I don't either. I like watching Friendly Geordies though. Have you ever watched Friendly Geordies?
No.
He's a classic. He gives the politicians hell. And he's a comedian, and he turns it like he's pretty good. Like he's extremely intelligent. I think he actually done political science and all that at uni.
That's cool.
And like he's extremely intelligent, but he's a comedian. That's his bread and butter. But he's been taken to court by some of the politicians,
of course he has,
for speaking the truth. And when what's her name, Berejiklian or whatever her bloody last name was, when she was in and her deputy,
chicken.
Yeah, Gladys Been Chicken, love it. Mate, when she was in and her deputy, that he was calling them out on so much stuff and during COVID and all the rest of it. And I think it was because of him that they were taken to court by the ACCC.
Yeah, well, wasn't she sleeping with someone who was donating money or something?
Yeah. And then she was fighting with our premier because our premier wouldn't open up the borders for them to come up during winter because everybody from New South Wales and Victoria come to Queensland in winter because the winters are mild here. And she goes, I don't care if you've got a holiday home here, you're not coming. The borders are closed.
She was an idiot.
So funny. My friend.
I live in her state, and she's an idiot.
Yeah, my friend who lives down in the Southern Highlands, she goes, I love your premier. She's awesome. Like, she just does not care. Like, no, it's not happening. I don't care what you say. No. Yeah. Anyway.
Let's go leave the world of shitty politics behind and read some good books. At least for the next 90 minutes.
I'm going back to my smut.
Enjoy.
I'm all charged up and ready to go.
Now, did you make sure the batteries were in?
Yeah, that's why I said I'm all charged up and ready to go.
No, in the other thing, the AAA batteries.
Oh, no, the I don't. USB all the way. Oh.
Kidding. All right. Enjoy. I'll enjoy my space smart. See you all in 90 minutes. Okay, how did everyone go? I got to, I think, 32%. Yeah. So it's getting there. Things are starting to like fall into place, and I'm actually enjoying it, which is good because I started off hate reading this book, and now I somewhat kind of like it. But I think I've gotten used to her writing style, which was a big thing for me at the beginning. So,
Nice.
yeah. It was fast.
How'd you go, Jamie?
I got to 34% in my book, which is still good, but it's definitely one of those where if I didn't have a background in science, I'd be getting bogged down at this point. So it's one to read physically so that if you need to write notes in the margins, you can.
Yeah.
Because even with like, I've studied archaeology as kind of a hobby science. I've never done a degree in it, but I've taken a few college classes. And I have all this background in genetics from several different degrees where I had to take it. And even with that kind of background, I'm kind of wishing that I had it in print so I could write in the margins.
Yeah.
But it's really interesting. It's just, it's a slower going book. And I think if I didn't have the background I have, I'd still get through it, but I might be looking up words more.
Yeah.
So it's not unreadable for the general public, but it is going to be a more challenging read for someone without a science background.
Yeah, that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Well, I got to 51%.
Nice. Because that's a big book. That's chunky.
Yeah, there's 761 pages in it. So I'm at 50. I'm on page 368. So yeah, still not a lot of like action. It's more about her just trying to find her place because essentially she's been held captive for 6 years and now she's out of there. And like it's these three scorpions, the order of the scorpion, they're the only 3 in the order. So and it looks like that she might be from the Night Court because those 3 are from the Dawn, the Dusk, and I can't think what the other one was, but yeah, all the different Fae courts. And so they think that she might be from the Night Court because they don't know who she is either. And so because she can be healed by it, they think more likely she is a Night Court Fae because the simple fact is that she can be healed by the moonlight.
Cool.
And she's trying to resist them at the moment, so it's quite funny because boys will be boys, and they try to put the smooth moves on, and she's like, "Hey, fuck you, fuck up." Rial's the funniest one because he like, as he's talking to her, like she's not blocking him as much as she probably should be, and then she gets shitty at herself because she's fallen for him, and he says all this stuff to her, and I've just thought of here sitting here chuckling, going, "Yep, you're gone."
I love that. Oh, let's see how everyone else did. I think I starred. I did. Damn it all to hell. Okay. I'm not sure what we were talking about there.
I think we were talking about the Catholic Church.
Oh.
that was sort of at the end of that conversation.
And then I got yelled at for asking about the AAA batteries.
Oh, that's funny.
I feel like I need to be reading smart now. Yep, everyone just needs to join in.
Yeah. Mine's not really smutty. This is actually just a really good book. Like there is inevitably there will be smut because it's alluding to that, but it actually has a pretty good plot. It's nothing too hectic. Good. Like you don't have to think about it too much. Yeah. It's amusing me anyway.
This one is kind of taken a turn. It was a lot because she was trapped in a cage with this other guy, so they were having sex a lot.
Yeah.
But now she's not in that cage anymore. Although she's still like somewhat held as a prisoner, I guess.
Mhm.
She still has to fight in the games, but she's been given some like privileges of like an actual room and stuff. So it's kind of getting more into the story, and she's learning a little bit more about who she actually is, and that the things that in her life are not so like black and white. So it's starting to be interesting too. So that's good. Got to page 428. Going to read until I fall asleep, leaving you up on the screen. Hope you have a good sleep, Atia. I think I had a little bit of a nap in that sprint, not going to lie. I exhausted my eyes and ears from reading, my hands for playing Disney Dreamlight Valley, and I'm going to pop on an old favorite, Wild at Heart. That sounds nice and cozy for an evening. It's starting to get really dark here now too. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Olivia. Hope you're well. Okay. Very much vibing with this. The narration of Pennywise is literally everything. Ooh, who's it? Who's the narration read by? Because in the movie, it's what's his face, isn't it? Is that Tim Curry? Is that his name?
I think so.
And
Yeah.
like the original It.
I haven't read it, and I've not listened to it or watched it, so I don't know.
I think the original movie is Tim Curry is like the clown, and that's enough to scare the shit out of me because he's a scary motherfucker. He was born to play that role, I swear. Finally got a chance to read a little more. Yay. That's so good. Hi, Saluna. Hi, Jamie. Hi, Nicole from Lydia. I'm reading Maeve Fly. I'm thinking of DNFing it, but I'm 67% through it. 100 pages more or less to finish it, so I could push myself to finish it. I would. When there's only such a small amount left, I'd just push through it. You've probably been through the worst of it.
Yeah,
but again,
that's where I would skim it.
Yeah.
Like, if it's bogging you down, you just read it fast, like put on a timer or something, see how many pages you can finish in 5 minutes and just go that way through the rest of the book.
Yeah. You're probably through the worst of it now, so. Just made a cup of tea. Gonna curl up in bed for some more It. If I can get to page 146 tonight, I'll be really happy. I hope that you get a lot closer. I am somewhere in the middle of chapter 6 phone calls. Hi, Jess. Annette says, showered, made more coffee and breakfast. Read about 20% of the book, also did dishes and put on a load of laundry. Well, that was productive. So much more productive than I was.
Hey, you read some, you napped some. That's productive.
Yeah.
You just popped, you came back.
Yeah. It's internet. My grandma has pulled the plug out of the internet because they run a business from home.
Yeah.
We're on the business plan for Telstra, and we are getting more steady internet on because when there's a storm and everything, you have to take the plug out. But because we're a business, they put us onto like the mobile one, like a SIM card kind of.
Yep.
Internet in the back of our modem. Anyway, the internet has been running more stable on that than it has when we've actually got it plugged in.
Yeah, you have to ring them. That happened to me because I've got the same thing, right? You have to ring them, get a new modem.
Yeah.
Just tell them that your software's not working, your hardware's not working properly anymore, and because you're not supposed to have stable internet unplugged from the wall. You're supposed to have stable all the time.
Yeah. And it's ridiculous because Nan's like, well, we're getting better for what we pay for when we're not actually have it plugged in using the proper system. So So, and it's like every time it's even sprinkles a little bit of rain, our internet cuts off. It's ridiculous. So I switched to my phone so it'd be a little bit more stable. The original was Tim Curry. The remake was Bill Skarsgård. That name is familiar too.
Yeah, that's Eric from True Blood's brother.
I don't think I've seen True Blood.
Oh, haven't you?
No.
Okay.
Probably
just trying to the guy. Have you seen the new Stand?
The Stand, yeah.
That guy that was in that played the bad guy.
Yeah.
I think he played the bad guy. It's his brother.
Oh. He was good. He was really good.
Yeah, the brother's you have to watch True Blood then, because
I think I want to read them first.
Eric is like, I know, right? It's like, oh.
I think I want to read them first. But that's a commitment.
Have you got them?
No, I don't. But I can buy them.
You can get the box set now.
Yeah. I hear a
It's
kitty.
a little kitten.
Hi.
This is Corey.
Oh, hello.
Oh, you're adorable. Oh, so cute.
Yeah, the baby Corey kitten.
Oh, the little. Oh.
Yep.
Hi. God,
I'm taking these guys to the shelter in about 4 days.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're just about at the right age now to be adopted out.
Mm-hmm.
So next day I have that I'm able to take them will be probably Tuesday. So they have a few more days and then they go away and then I get everything cleaned up and I might have new ones coming in about a week after that.
How could you even say goodbye? I could never foster cats because just the way the kid is looking up at you right now, I could never let him go.
Oh, but there's so many of them. There'll be a whole nother litter in about a week or two.
Oh,
yeah, all summer.
Cute.
And in our climate, it goes till about November before it slows down. So
yeah, wow.
Yeah, so there are so many kittens after a while. It's a relief that they only stay a couple weeks each batch.
Mm-hmm.
And they're also a lot of work. It's like being a preschool teacher, but 24/7 because they don't ever go home.
Oh no.
Yeah. I was a nanny for 2 years and I would when I'd finish like my shift or whatever, I'd go upstairs and shut my door. But inevitably, like there would be little footsteps out my door knocking, wanting me to come down and play dolls or something or read or something to them.
Did you like doing that, Fiona?
I did. I loved it.
Okay.
And they wanted me to stay
How did you get into that work?
I just wanted to move.
Okay.
I wanted to see the world. After being locked down for COVID, I wanted to get out and see the world.
No, that's fair.
And I had some friends that had done it in America, and my best friend was heading over to do it in the UK. And I was like, well, I'm just going to come to the UK with you and I'll, apply and find a family. And the people that I went over with, I think there were good and bad things. Because it was a company, I think traveling there and them booking my flights and stuff, I think I spent a lot more money than I probably should have to get there because I was filling their pockets. And I think it was a bit of a scam in a way, but it was really good because then they were matched with a company that would vet like all of the families and they'd go to their houses and make sure that it was like a safe place.
Yeah.
You want to talk too?
Yeah. Like there's voices up there.
Kitty, kitty. Puss, puss, puss.
Look how big the eyes are.
These are
puss, 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 puss.
Like a little tiger.
We had one. We found Brennan brought went and picked up a truck, put it on the back of another truck, and then drove it 4.5 hours to Kingaroy and had it stored in a scrapyard. And the next day he went there to pull things out and he heard something moving in there. He thought it was a snake. 3 little kittens like that stuck their head out. They're only about 3.5 weeks old. Their eyes had only just opened. So we ended up having them here, having to feed them and all the rest of it. I got a picture where one sit, and we kept her. It was a Bedford truck, so we called her Betty. And I've got a picture of where she's sitting on Savannah's shoulder, right near her ear. She's so tiny, and she used to just sit on her shoulder while she was doing her school. She was adorable.
God
and
damn.
then the other ones, we found good homes for them, and that.
Cats are the best. I miss them. Oh, I cannot wait till I'm in like a place where I can.
I'm not missing my cats right now that refuse to come in. It's dark and they're out there and they're just standing there looking at me. I'm like, you're bitches. Like,
come
seriously?
inside.
I mean, it's happened the food. Nah, because I made the mistake. Made the mistake of giving them a chicken carcass earlier.
Okay, go back.
Right, and now they're like, nope.
No, now they're outside, just like, nah, suck in, mum. You can't get us in there. I'll go out again. I'll go out a bit later and go, right, I'm going to bed. Are you coming in or what?
Yes, in the original it is Tim Curry, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I had a little black one. Oh my goodness. It's a void.
Yep, this is Jasmine.
Hi.
She's cute.
She reminds me so much of my spook.
Yeah.
I will steal that cat back if it's the last thing I do.
Yeah, Jasmine is the one that beats up the boys.
Go, Jasmine.
Yeah.
She knows how, right? That she's gonna rule the roost wherever she goes.
I was watching way too much political commentary when I got these guys. So they're all named after Democratic senators. So she's named after Jasmine Crockett. Very similar personality.
I love it. You can come and understand ours. I'm not even going anywhere near the TV tonight because that's all that's going to be on.
No, there's too many parties. It's too complicated.
Mm.
Our ballot sheets, like I swear they get bigger every election.
I don't know, but I've been getting these messages that from, I didn't even know what it was. I think it was you yesterday said what it was. The trumpet.
The trumpet of patriots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, I didn't even know what the hell it was.
Yeah. Bloody trying to buy me votes, but literally goes against.
I thought that they weren't allowed to do that. It was a federal election, right?
It is a federal election, yeah.
Yeah, and I thought that there was, because state election there's no rules, but I thought around the federal election there was rules.
So technically, apparently, they're not breaking any rules because they're not selling you anything.
No, but there's supposed to be a 2-week blackout before ballot day.
I think that's gone because that's just been all over the newspaper, all over everything constantly.
Yeah.
There was, even if there was a blackout, nobody adhered to it.
Evidently, because I was still getting messages yesterday. So
yeah, it's terrible. Narrator is Steve Weber.
Oh,
nice. Oh, you're a big black cat.
Yeah, he's like, when do I get my snuggle?
Oh,
so this is Maurice.
That's Maurice.
Maurice.
We've heard about you.
We have.
Maurice the baby. He's not a very lap cat oriented cat.
Yep.
He's like, I want my snuggles, but it's very brief. Like, proof that I love him, and then he'll go away again.
Yeah,
which he's trying to do right now.
He's trying to get away.
Me go.
Yeah.
Beans is like that. She will allow you to pat her and maybe give her a hug, but if she doesn't want a hug, be prepared to be slashed.
Yep.
That like.
Yeah,
The
he
only
just
time she
wants
loves
the
me is when I'm
token.
holding a tin of food.
Yeah.
The only time she loves me.
Yeah. He just wants to know that I love him. So if I pick him up and kiss him a few times, that's good. And then he's done.
He's done. Yeah.
If I don't, though, like if I don't pick him up, he'll follow me around like, you don't love me? What's wrong with this cat? So, yeah.
I got spooked very young. I probably adopted her before she was supposed to be adopted out because she was found. Both of my cats they were found in really horrific ways. I think she was found Spook was found on the side of a road.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever happened must have been very traumatic because she used to just constantly hide. She would like find her way into tiny little places. She'd hide in my boots. She'd hide under the bed. She'd like where the clothes rack is. She'd like climb her way up and sit above the clothes rack, like on top of the rack in the corner. She just had so many places to hide. She nearly got under the dishwasher once. No, she did. She like there was like a gap that had broken and she had gone under the dishwasher. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
I had a bookshelf that I used to like. It was a bookshelf that I used for storage in my kitchen, and I didn't realize there was a gap from where the cats could get in, like this tiny little gap. I don't even know how they got in there. Anyway, one of the kittens that we had here, could you hear this meowing? I could not find it, and it was just I happened to walk past the bookshelf at this, and I heard it. I'm like, oh my God, it's in the bookshelf, and I couldn't realize that it got underneath. And then I'm like, oh God, I hope it hasn't gone behind anything else. And I pulled it out, and it was there, just like, like, and I spent a good half an hour, 45 minutes looking in every nook and cranny in that freaking house. I could hear it, but I couldn't pinpoint where it was coming from.
That's the same as when she was under the dishwasher. I was like, I can hear it in the kitchen. I was opening all the cupboards in the kitchen in case she'd like opened and trapped herself in. And then I was like, hang on. I saw like a little paw sticking out from underneath the dishwasher. I went, oh, you little bitch.
Yep.
How am I meant to get you out of there? And then my other cat, my beautiful pride boy, he was found in a rubbish bin.
Oh.
When they rescued him, which is really sad. And I was really late to getting to adopt him after I had like filled out all the paperwork and everything, and they said yes because he got really bad cat flu. And I don't think they treated him properly where they were, because when I got him, his eyes were just never the same. They would just always need to put stuff in them. He was like always really gunky around the eyes.
Yeah, some of that never goes away. My Julian has, I think it's the after effects of the herpes virus, like the feline herpes, because sometimes it just never completely clears. So his eyes will just be like that for the rest of his little furry life. And if it gets really bad, you put drops in him, but if it's not irritating him, it just looks gruesome.
Yeah. That was definitely him. And it got to a point where it was affecting his eyesight and he started to go blind, and there was really nothing we could do about it. So he would like run into doors and stuff, poor thing.
Yeah.
But then he passed away, which was very sad. But
yes. I had to put my cat down a couple of years ago because he was starting to go senile. He was never one to lash out. He had the girls scared, but he was never one to lash out at me or Brendan. And then he started to lash out, and he was getting old, and and I just thought it was more humane to put, like, he wasn't sure where he was. He was getting confused, and Brendan goes, "What do you want to do?" And I'm like, "Well, I'll just take him down the bed. He's my cat. I'll take him down and get it sorted." That I felt better about it because like he was terrible. He'd go on sunbake all the time. Like we tried to put sunscreen on him and all that sort of stuff, but he'd just go and rub it off and he'd sunbake, and like he was just he was so, and he wouldn't come inside. He had like when we first, like, he was a working cat when we were out on the farm. So he wasn't an inside cat. He was a barn cat. And
Mm-hmm.
and some people go, working cat keeps the mice population down and stuff like that and keeps snakes away. So when we moved into town, we still bought him. We were going to give him to the people next door that still had a farm, but I didn't want to give him up. So we brought him in here. And the first week that we're here, now he had never experienced any violence from another cat or anything. And the first week we're here, because this place was vacant for a long time, there was a Tommy living here, and it got hold of him and tore his tail, the tip of his tail off. And so because he was never an inside cat, and then he was outside here and he had all that trauma, he didn't want to come in. He'd come in, he'd get really spooked by being inside. So we tried to find him places where he could hide. So we'd leave the garage open and stuff like that. So he felt more secure because it's like a barn. So but yeah, like we had heaps of problems with Tommies here. So
my cat got into a fight with the possum once. I used to let him out because he would never go far. All he'd do is sit in our front garden under he liked to sit under the plants in the garden. And he always, without a doubt, if I'm out for the day or whatever, I open the front door and he's like at my feet, ready to come in for dinner. Like he would never miss it. He didn't come home for dinner one day. I was like absolutely worried about him. I went all through the garden with a flashlight, couldn't find him, anything like that. I got up the next morning. I didn't sleep very well, so I was very restless. I got up really early in the morning and I opened the door. He was on my doorstep. He'd walked home, but he was bleeding and there were gashes and he got into a fight with a possum. But yeah,
most of the girl cats I've had here, they take on all the local dogs. No dogs come in our yard.
Yeah,
and all you hear is them running down. Cats will come out and attack them. Yeah, we don't get dogs in here. All the neighbours get dogs around. We don't. We've got attack cats.
Yeah. I have my cat Ashes in a little photo box beside my bed, and I'm actually going to take some out and get it processed into a little bit of jewelry so I can wear it. Which I think is really cool. Yes, Livy said it's a very fast read. Is that it or your book? Surely not it. That's a lot of pages. Mayfly. I'd say that's what a fast read. Annette said, it's morning here. If I'm not productive now, I never will be. That's true. It is.
That's fair.
10 past 7 our time.
Yeah.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning here.
Oh my gosh. You're mad.
But I'll be going to bed when we go into the next sprint, assuming we make it into the next sprint.
It'll probably be a short 30 minutes.
Half an hour, yeah, I'll be signing off then and getting ready for bed because I work tomorrow at the bookstore, and I recruited my sister to work with me at the bookstore, so I'm finishing her training tomorrow.
Amazing!
Yeah, and then we can take over the bookstore and
dream come true.
Yeah.
Gasp! Eric is life.
Yes. The season where he's with Intruder, you don't need to actually read the books really because they are a different creature. Okay. Each one's very different. The show is its own entity, right? But when Eric loses his memory, because he's an ass in the show, right? He starts out to be the asshole in the show, and then he loses his memory in one of the seasons, and it's I do like a bad boy, so I still liked him anyway when he was an ass. So
I love a bad boy.
Yeah. Give me a bad boy any day.
Yep.
Yeah.
Alexander Skarsgård.
Yeah. That's who was in The Stand. He's Eric. Yeah.
He was great. It's interesting because I've seen both. I've seen the original telly movie from years ago.
Yeah, they had Rob Lowe in it, and yeah.
So I've seen that one, and
that's the only one I've actually seen. But I knew that Alex Skarsgård was in the latest.
and I watched the more recent one, and a lot of people say they don't like the more recent one, but I really quite enjoyed it. It was different because some of the characters were mushed in together, and they but that's with every adaptation. Sometimes they just mush the characteristics of multiple characters into one. But I actually really enjoyed it. Yeah, and I watched that before I even read it, and I think watching that made me want to read it. But yeah, I like how it was a little bit, dark, and I don't know, it was cool. Don't know about Amber Heard though.
Did you see? Jessica Kiwi's just asking. Did you see the cameo of Stephen King in the newest Stand?
I probably did because I watched the whole thing, but I actually don't know what Stephen King looks like.
Oh, he's a different looking dude.
Yeah.
The first time I'm saying like
1 second. Not being Googling.
He's pretty different. King. And did you know that Jessica Kiwi? Did you know that Charlene Harris also did a cameo in True Blood? She's in Sam's Bar.
Honestly, he's not a bad looking man.
Yeah.
Stephen King's quite, apart from his nostrils, he looks like he has alien nostrils. Yes. But apart from that, he's a good looking man.
I was going to say, he looks a little bit like an alien.
It's just his nostrils, but I think it's just the photo, because in some photos they look like tiny little slits instead of proper nostrils.
I'm just answering questions just I can't remember what season it is, but she's sitting at the bar and goes, I've never seen, I think she said, we looked it up the other day because I was told that Hoyt's mother was Charlene Harris, and I never fact checked that. But it wasn't. She just made a cameo. She was in Sam Malotte's bar, and she was sitting at the bar, and she said, I've never seen that happen. Well, I didn't expect that to happen here, or something along those lines. That I think it might have been season 1 at the end. But there's just Google it, it'll tell you.
There's an Australian in that show, isn't there? Ryan Quintin or whatever.
Yeah, he used to be in Home and Away.
Home and Away.
Home and Away, yeah. He plays the character of Jason. And Suki is from New Zealand.
Oh, there you go. Wow. Don't read them first, trust me.
Yeah, it's completely different.
All right, I might see. Is it on any streaming service? Do we know? Otherwise, it might be a bit hard to find.
I think it's on Binge, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have my friend's login, so I can watch that. I wanted to watch The Last of Us, and I was not paying for it just to watch one show. And so I said my friend and I was like, can I borrow this to watch it? She's like, yeah, just watch whatever you want. I was like, cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it's on Binge.
I pay for enough streaming services. I don't need to pay for more.
I'm thinking about dropping Disney and picking up Binge for a little while. Just got to see what Brendan wants to do.
Yep.
That's Sweet dumb Jason, right? Oh no.
Do you love my boys though? Yes. My boys were found in Riverhead. Is that why one of them's called River? Mama was unalived, and a friend of mine found her and 5 tiny kittens around her. Oh, he eventually trapped them all. 2 are now my boys. 1 is his, and the other 2 are rescued. Oh,
nice.
We think they were 5.5 weeks. Both had cat flu at the time, full of fleas, worms, etc. Yeah.
5.5 weeks is about my favorite age for kittens. Because they're just starting to develop personalities, and they're discovering how to cat. It's so cute.
And they're usually starting to wrestle each other as well, and all that sort of stuff. Or they're learning how to jump.
And they do that capering thing where they bounce around at each other with their tails poofed up. Oh, I love that.
I don't think my cat My female cat, I don't think she ever got out of that stage because she used to do that all the time. I think it's a black cat trait.
Yeah, yeah.
The little electric tail. Oh,
Little fur balls.
River used to hiss really bad at me, and then he just got used to me sneaking in to see them in the middle of the night. No.
Yeah, whenever kittens hiss at me, like one of our cats had kittens, but they were up the backyard. And then we slowly but surely kept taking one of her cats. So she had to go to 2 places. And then she got the shits with it and she brought the rest to us. But because they hadn't had any real human contact because she hid them up the back, we couldn't find them.
Yeah.
And basically I'd go in and we put them in the bathroom. So they're in the bathtub and it's not a room that everybody goes into all the time.
Right.
And it's quite dark, so we can, gradually expose them to humans and stuff like that. And I go and they start hissing at me, so I just pick them up and they'll hold them. And they keep. I'm like, yeah, we're going to hold you. And then eventually the girls then can pick them up and all that sort of
You're
stuff.
going to get used to it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, he was in there. No one, what season? Oh, that was to the memories. I have a look. Jason.
Oh my.
Sweet
Next
dumb
person,
Jason.
sweet dumb Jason. He's just so, oh my God, Jason. He does stuff in the show and you're just like, oh my God, how dumb can one person be? Yeah, the character development was, it was really good.
Is excellent through the series. He grows up but also keeps his boyish charm. I
Yeah.
like that when characters can actually grow, but they don't grow so much that they lose their identity.
What everybody was drawn to in the beginning, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I named him after Riverhead. Well, let's go into a quick 30-minute sprint and then come back and wrap up, I think.
Yep. I'm going to sign off now so I can start getting ready for bed and all that. Yep. And yeah, if you want me for company on sprints in this sort of time window, just send me a link on Discord for now. I was going to ask Coda, and I keep forgetting to message him about, hey, could you just give me like read-only access to the spreadsheet?
Oh, okay. You don't have it? Okay, I thought he was doing that. All right, I'll sort that out later.
Yeah, because I'm not one of the co-hosts.
Yeah,
so I'm in a different category.
Yeah, I thought he was going to add you because I added, but I didn't realize he hadn't. So
yeah, so I don't have access to it, so I can't get to the links unless people send them to me.
Okay, cool. No worries. I'll sort that out.
Cool. Thank you. I'm gonna head to bed.
No worries. No worries. Good night,
Jamie. Sleep well. All right. 30 minutes. And I will start it now. See you in 30 minutes. How did you go?
Played some games.
Just like the little phone games.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
listen
I
to
love
the
little, like,
fireworks.
match games on the phone where you got to
Yeah.
match fireworks.
Yeah, we've got our local agricultural show happening this weekend, so they just have
Oh, okay.
on the Saturday night they have a fireworks display. So yeah.
Yep.
And I'm like, oh, I should probably go out and film that. Yeah, no, it's fucking cold out there.
Yep.
Not doing that. I'm too toasty in here.
No.
I'm not going out there.
Well, I
So I'm
got to
actually playing.
37%.
I'm actually playing Yahtzee at the moment.
Ooh, I think I have
Yeah.
that in a board game form.
Yeah,
That's what I should do for our house. I should bring down like some fun board games or something. If you just want to chill for an evening.
Yeah, I because they're like you can get there's different types of Yahtzees on the thing, but I play one that's competitive.
Mhm.
So you play against other people. So and I play dominoes and all those sort of games.
I used to play Yahtzee with my host family when the kids go to bed. We'd stay up, drink wine, and play Yahtzee.
Yeah. We used to have massive sessions when I was younger. Like we'd all sit around the kitchen table because like it was just so expensive. We were all unemployed and it was so expensive to go out. So we'd all just like we'd bring everybody a chip in a certain amount. We'd buy a heap of alcohol and we'd sit around and play play
Is
and a
great.
friend of
I
ours,
love
too. And we also had one friend had a pool table, a small pool table in there. Like it wasn't a full size one, but it was a decent size one. And so we'd a whole heap of us would get there playing pool and and all sorts of stuff. So yeah.
Nice. Yeah, well, I read a bit more. I'm liking this book the more I read it. So
Yeah.
I'm glad.
I'm actually going to go and see how because I think this is the first Ivy Asher that I've read.
Mm-hmm.
And I really like her style of writing, so I'm thinking that I'm just going to go and see what else she's got.
Yeah,
as well. So they're so loud at the show, like the wind's blowing it this way, so you can hear all the kids on the ride screaming their every now and again the wind blows and it sounds like they're in my front yard.
Is it
like you can
far
actually
from
you
where
can
you are?
No, it's like I could basically I'd walk down my street, which is 5 houses and about 10 houses along, and I'd be able to see it. I can see the fireworks from here really clearly. I can hear the guy on the loudspeaker, and we also have Speedway there as well.
Yep.
I think I thought Speedway was going to be tonight, but it must be tomorrow night that they have Speedway.
Because you'd hear all the cars.
Yeah.
It'd be really
It's very loud. It's very loud.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But,
Yeah, I think I'm going to carry on and read a little bit more tonight. Hopefully. I'm going to try and finish it, but I don't know if I'll finish it tonight because I'm only at 37% because...
How many pages was it?
300 and something.
Okay.
So I'm at 37% at the moment. But a lot of an hour of my reading time today was spent unlike I wanted to spend it.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I'll probably keep reading for a little bit longer. I haven't had dinner yet either.
Yeah.
I don't know what we're having for dinner tonight. So
yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna go. I was gonna make a pizza and I'm like, oh, that's too much chopping.
I have been craving like cheap, shitty pizza.
Well, I was gonna make it. I don't know if it's not like cheap and it's not shitty, but it's not. I don't make it with an actual base. I use like large pita breads and just use that as a base, so it's like thin and crispy. And I'm like, I really couldn't be bothered, so I think I might just make get a wrap and just make a cheesy wrap with some chicken in it. That'll do me.
Yeah. Any kind of pizza sounds good right now.
And then I'm gonna go to bed and curl up with my book and read. And hopefully not read till 3 o'clock in the morning, but I was so tired the other night after I got off sprints on Friday. Was it Friday? No, Thursday night when we're done the 12-hour sprints. I was so tired and I went to bed and started this book and read 11%.
That's the problem. If you have a good book and you're like, "Oh, read a bit before bed," sometimes you, like, just get lost and then you look at the time and you're like, "Oh, shit."
I mean, it doesn't like I don't really have to get up and work tomorrow if I don't want to, as long as I get the quilt done. And
Possum.
is the possum, yeah. As long as I get the quilt done tomorrow, which won't take me too long. So even if I do sleep in till 10 o'clock or whatever, I've still got plenty of time.
That actually sounds like a possum
A possum. It's a possum cat.
No, the neighbor has a cat.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know why they let her outside because she is the most stunning cat. She's a rag doll. And she's
really?
so beautiful. And they let her outside. I'm like, that is a very expensive cat to be letting outside.
That cat would not be I think Voodoo's got ragdoll in her because you pick her up and she just flops.
Flop, yeah.
Yeah. And yeah. So I wouldn't be letting my ragdoll out of the house.
She is gorgeous.
They are. When we go to the markets and they have like a pet section where you can buy pets and chickens and ducks and all sorts of things. And every now and again there's ragdolls there because there's a couple of breeders up here, and they've got license numbers and all that sort of stuff. Like you can't sell stuff there unless you've got a license.
They're the good breeders, not the dodgy.
Yeah, no. They got they actually, to go to those markets, they have to have a license number to be selling any sort of animal. And it's got to be displayed while they're there and all that sort of stuff. And it was like we go there just to look at all the cats in there. So we go to the market and see Bob the book pusher.
Oh yeah.
So yeah. I forgot it was the markets today and I didn't go, so
oh.
Yeah.
Heard many story about Bob the book pusher.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to try and get through these comments in 3 minutes. There's not that many, so we should be fine.
Yeah.
Yes, I named him after Riverhead. Nice. Bye, Jamie. Good night. You're always welcome on my streams, Jamie. Same. I love company. Well, I reached 100 pages so far. I'm enjoying it. It doesn't feel like it's filled with too much junk. Nice. I often find that with Stephen King, though. I find that, his books are generally, the content in them, it's worth whatever the pages are. Although I know a lot of people hate The Stand because a lot of it is walking. Like walking to places. And
it's a journey book, though.
Exactly. But that's the thing. It is a journey book. The whole story of The Stand is about the journey. It's not about the destination. It's what leads you to get to the place you end up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. People.
Going to listen to the top of part 2 in bed, then I'll be happy. Annette says, cheated on my Kindle read with a library book. Blood Over Bright Haven by M.L. Wang. I think I've read an M.L. Wang book before. That name is really familiar. Yes, I have. I read The Sword of Kaigen. And that book was phenomenal. It was so good. The magic system in that book was incredible. Yeah.
Wow.
It's like a standalone fantasy, but it is set in a world of Emma Wang's other books.
Okay.
So it
I've not read any of
the other books. I haven't read any of them, but I just read that one. Okay. And I completely understood it. Like I didn't need the rest of the world information there. But yeah, that was a really good book. I loved it.
That's cool.
And
might check them out because I've never read any of this. So
I'm at 84% of Mayfly. Nice, making progress. Yeah. I highly recommend Sword of Kaigen.
Who's up next? Lexi.
It is. We had an argument about
Lexi
it before.
Well, I've got the spreadsheet.
Lexi.
It's Lexi. Yeah.
Yeah. It was funny because Christina was like, "Oh, it would help if I'm on the right day to post the right time."
That's funny. Oh, was there someone on there?
I mean,
no.
She had
Lexi is next. So yeah, I'm just getting the link.
Lovely, and then I'll end.
Yeah.
And the sprint train. If you're on the sprint train, which I highly recommend, because then you don't have to
But-
worry about links. Is
But just in case you're not, there's
Yeah.
Lexi's. It's coming now. There
the
you go.
Sprint Train link is down below as well, so you can always click on that and
Yeah.
then click on the current live, and then it'll just keep cycling through if you have Play All on. So
Cool.
all right, I might see you over in Lexi.
I'm gonna go and get into bed. I think I'm
Yeah.
done for today. Oh no, most definitely.
We'll see how I feel.
Yeah. That's
right.
it. I'm definitely done today.
Thanks, everyone. We'll see you over at Lexi's, or at least in the comments at least. Have a good one. I just nearly clicked Leave Studio but without ending.